Good morning, everybody. Happy birthday, MTV. Hope everybody's having a good day. I'm trying to make sure I have all the things done. Blue Sky added this thing where you can, like, let people know you're online, but it's really clunky. And the fact that you have to tell it that you're online and then tell it how long you're going to be online for. And I don't understand why we have a system like that in this day and age. Like, there are better ways. There are just better ways. But fine. That's what we're doing. Okay, so we're on case 4. We're midway through. We have... Maya's been kidnapped. If we don't get our person not guilty, they will, Oh, did Carl go off? I forgot to check. I usually double check. I need to make a Carl emote. I have an idea for one, but I need to get it made. Okay, cool. Carl's still working. Not keen or able. Hey, thank you for that 70 months resub. Right, where are we? Okay, yes. We're in case 4. Maya's been kidnapped. Since the beginning of the case, we have to get our client a not guilty verdict by the end of the day, or the person known as the killer will end her life. She's fine for now, that we know of. We have gotten some doubt going on. We've decided that the best route is to put the blame on someone else, which is that's generally how Phoenix Wright games go. And so now we had to bring in Adrian Andrews, who does have some stuff in her past about attempted suicide. Just so you're aware, it's pretty light in terms of, like, they do talk about it a little bit. They don't go deep into it, as far as I remember. There is a photo that gets shown that is of a person hanging themselves, but it's very off camera. So depending on your levels of comfort, be aware that that exists. As always, you can always know about it is totally okay. There are other days and other games. Now the big thing that we ended off with was the fact that the judge was going to tell us we could go to a second day for trial, which would normally be a good thing, but we need that not guilty verdict today. And we have a long ways to go. So currently we're in recess. We have gotten the day extended. Everything is fine-ish. You know, we haven't lost yet. We haven't won yet. But you know, we're still in that state of it's not where you want to be. It's not the worst place you could be, but it's not where you want to be. But what luck, the person we need just happens to be available. Edgeworth is not luck. Edgeworth is accountability, reliability, a strange man. All right, so we've got 10 minutes of recess. Oh, right, Engard. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian, no way, not cool, and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. Oh, right, that's the other thing. Technically, the murder victim was strangled to death, but everyone is very obsessed about a dinner knife that he was stabbed with, which clearly is not the thing that killed him. stabbed with it, but it's clearly not the death blow. At least probably not. They did the... Look, we're all gonna get frustrated by points in this game. But you just need to know they exist first. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. In my outfit. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one who came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Jean Corrida. But why? I thought she was Bud's. She has her own agenda. Oh, her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Jean Corrida, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Only one? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impax. Edgeworth? Oh, looks like he's still the one in the command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Wait, who told us this information? Oh, the prosecution. Why would they do that? Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corda's room. Oh, also, if you missed the beginning of this trial, we've been fighting Francisca this entire time. She got shot at earlier. That's why Edgeworth is here. I mean, beyond personal reasons that I'm sure we'll get into at some point. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ingard. I don't remember any of the voices I did, and they're not going to be consistent, and I might just even stop doing them. Okay, now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all of my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and John. But this was a private matter between Sean and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. Pretty sure we just did. Pretty sure we did, actually. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. Yeah, me. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Do we? Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. Alright, here we go. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Jean's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. Just this one thing. Just this one thing. Random Man 4, hey, thank you for the raid. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. What were you playing? What were you up to? Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix? She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. I suppose. I know. Ooh, you're also playing this game. Nice. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Okay. She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. Okay. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Alright, well, press on everything. Alright, time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt. And what was Mr. Engar doing at this time? He was taking a nap. Like this. He's worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Engar did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say he could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you? Yeah, what are we talking about? Why would we say it? Objection! Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Engar's knife from his room? No? Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Okay, I know I'm the one who brought it up, but I need Edgeworth to do that. Alright, we went to Jean's room. Why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Jean was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship. Huh? Oh, let's press further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim? Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? And there was his dead body. I was in shock. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corina. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. You can tell we're fairly safe, like there's nothing like happening to our life bar or anything. Let's see. We came in and I saw the exact same scene as the crime scene photo. It's kind of a weird thing to say, isn't it? Where is our crime scene photo? Okay, so technically this would be wrong because the glass wouldn't be there. Let's just do the pressing. We haven't done all the pressing yet. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then what did you do next, witness? Felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Wait. The full bottle? Huh? There was no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. Juice glass. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I'd like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Jean Corrida, you were in great shock, and that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind was really a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Press further. Miss Andrews. I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. What, you're talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? Okay. Okay. This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser. But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell off. Wait. But there's no liquid in the guitar case. The guitar case was wet on top, wasn't it? Where do I have that? There we go. Empty. Water only on the lid. And when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell off onto the guitar case. Well, why did you withhold such an important piece of information? Hey, Frankenstein, thank you for that 24-month resub. I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked where it fell onto the guitar case. Okay. So we should probably present the guitar case.
Objection!
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes? And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, That's exactly why that's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. Oh, he's right. Blah, 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 blah. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. Wait, what's that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case.
Objection!
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
Objection!
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that, other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Oh, that's right, I was paying attention. She definitely said that.
Objection!
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. Except for that's how something probably got smuggled into the crime scene. Yep. Oh, we haven't gotten that far into the case yet, but like, I mean, that was implied last time. That may very well be, however... the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yes. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Just don't know where it fits. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this. But it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Good testimony. Yep. Just gonna blow this apart and get this case wide open. This guitar case. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and start my cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Thanks, Edgeworth. I don't remember too clearly because I was dazed. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Corrida's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. I mean, technically she would have poured herself that drink first. That doesn't make any sense, but you know. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought, maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. Not a big deal. Case was empty. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
Objection!
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. No, these trials would be over in a quarter of the time if people would just actually not lie on the stand. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. As far I don't know why I opened the case. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not gonna get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Alright. Must have opened after I knocked the vase over. Case was empty. I don't know why I opened it. Okay, what do we have? We have this weird picture, which is probably not relevant. The knife. That he was strangled with a scarf. Water, only the top of the lid. Ah, there we go. Her fingerprints aren't on it. So probably here where she says she opened it.
Objection!
There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Okay, and the reason this is not gonna be true is because she has fingerprints on the glass. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. She told me so. It must be true. That's strange. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh, we broke her glasses, but good thing she's got a spare. How many spares of glasses does she have? We're going to find out. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. It is just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Because guitar cases can only hold guitars. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, no, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Objection!
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us into his misguided...
Objection!
No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. Even without her testimony, the thing was closed. And at some point, I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
Objection!
If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well... Okay, for a second, what if we, like, okay, let's think about this. That the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. It is a case, other things can get in the case. It just wasn't the guitar. The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar... So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, Mr. Wright? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Through sheer luck? Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Okay. It's probably, yeah, I guess I think this picture might be the only thing that makes any sense. Let's go through what we got, though. This is right after the murder took place. The knife doesn't make any sense because it would have been in the body. None of this helps. This is in the Hakama. The wine glass is clearly not in the case. You can't put a case inside a case, at least not like this. Probably not the newspaper or... Okay, yeah. The only thing that makes sense is this photo. My attorney's badge. Oh, was our health bar flashing? I should maybe take the game seriously sometimes. But this is a photograph! Your Honor, no, the photograph was not what was in the case. Please don't do this. Yes, but what is important is what is in the picture, Your Honor. Look, sometimes we're dumb. Sometimes we as a character, Phoenix Wright, he is not always smart. But nobody is dumber than the judge. The judge... No one's dumber than the judge. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? The judge is a good boy. He shows up to work every day, he hits his little gavel, and he sentences people. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? Well, to wear the costume. Pretty sure to wear the costume. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, You couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Yes. No, I'm pretty sure we already had this photo in evidence. Why are we surprised by this information? It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Yep. Wait a second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Maddenguard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? Oh, true. That is a little baffling. But this music is really good. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It was probably a spare. Mr. Ingard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Yeah, they do that. There's generally more than one outfit. It's just how things are. Are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I am saying. Now, some of these things are things you do want to say outright, like even though they sound really odd because you can make leaps of conclusion yourself. But it is good to state fact for records and to make sure that everyone is very clear on what's being said. So sometimes things that sound dumb in the trial do make sense to say. Like, just verifying that, yes, there are indeed 2 costumes at the hotel. A lot of the other things are, some of them are just, no. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? See, this is a good question. Why would the victim bring this costume? The victim, Mr. Korida, was the jamming ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And yeah, I don't see. This is the I don't know.
Objection!
What are you mumbling to yourself now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Well, no, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... okay. My attorney's badge? Probably not the answer. This, not the answer. Doesn't make any sense. Ooh, because he was gonna confess something after the show. Oh, that's pretty compelling. Our client said he didn't know anything that was going on about that. He wasn't gonna do the confession. I think it's that one.
Take that!
What is this? Hopefully the answer you wanted. Oh, good. Okay. On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. Yes, I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up. But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up. I mean, yes, you have to plan these things in advance. By none other than... Oh, there's more to the sentence. By none other than the victim, Mr. Jean Corrida himself. Oh, the victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold a press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. The answer is usually implied to cut the ambient background music when the correct exhibit is chosen or something. Sometimes, a lot of the time it will, because it's trying to do a dramatic thing of like, you got the right answer. Occasionally it doesn't. And, you know, this game sometimes makes you feel like you know what you're doing, then takes it all away. Alright, let's see. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Engard. Yes, I guess that is what that would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure. I mean, we're splitting hairs. Miss Andrews? I can see why you're pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Jean. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me. You? Jean had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him? It looked like somehow Jean had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Oh no. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Engard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Jean knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Engard. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Oh, sure. I understand. I can do that. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect... This is not helping our case. This is very much not helping our case. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Oh, shoot. Everything swung to the opposite side at the end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Alright. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had the feeling the man was the murderer. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. Now, do you think these 3 things through? The answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school. At least, I don't remember them doing that. May I continue now? Man, I had to kill him. So, would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Jean chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Madame Guard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Engard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Yeah, anyway, the important thing here is not this information. Is that this was not in your testimony. I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Do we? Photo. Press conference. Article. What does this article say? Love scandal. Right. Empty case. Yeah, I don't think we have anything that proves that. Has Mr. Engard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Corrido with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engard, yet you still helped out.
Objection!
The person on trial right now is Mr. Engard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. That's true. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Engard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Engard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. They can read his thoughts. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. Does she mean, like, by the evidence presented in court? So how does she know about the button otherwise? You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. I mean, I guess it was ripped off from his chest, so she'd have to, like... I don't know. During the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jamming Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that it makes very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Stop doing that. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this to your testimony. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that. Just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? It does seem like it's the button. Alright, I felt like I had to protect him. We might as well finish her pressing. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Objection!
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Corrida planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Engard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
Objection!
This isn't the face right wax philosophical power. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Alright. We're gonna put down a safety save. And try presenting the button. Nope. Button was torn off during his fight. The other thing we actually got added was I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Alright, let's take a look at what we have. Nickel Samurai. We know about the post-ceremony stage show. And confession. The tabloid article. The map's probably not going to help us. We could try the photo.
Objection!
Nope. Alright. Reliable sources say got close with a beautiful man. I guess, like, the love affair for the motive doesn't... Yeah, I don't think we can help anything with the button. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Okay, so motive. Motive, we've got... This would be Matt's motive for killing him would have to be... We could do the article because it's like, oh, the two of them are in cahoots. Maybe he has her suicide note, but it's more of a motive for her. Alright, let's try. I don't think this is gonna go. Nope. Try the suicide report. Nope. We tried the article. We tried the suicide note. Yeah, it's the hard part, right? I don't remember this part of the case. We'll try Celeste. No. Okay, so our choices are... I have a feeling Matt was a murderer. Hard to apply with that. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. I feel like the motive one is like if we could prove that she was right, which would be bad for our case also. He did have an alibi. The button was torn off. No, it's definitely one of the two. What's the hint they give us again? It sounded a little wishy-washy. You'll need strong, decisive evidence. Strong, decisive evidence.
Objection!
Nope. We tried the button during the fight one. Adrian for the motive?
Objection!
Probably not. Just motive for killing him. Yeah, I'm kind of lost myself. Alright, well, you know what we're doing. Brute forcing. Okay, don't think this shows motive. Knife doesn't really give motive. The fact that he's strangled with a scarf isn't really motive. Yeah, we already have our safety save in, so we're okay. We could technically just brute force. In fact, let's do it.
Objection!
Nope. Do. Oops. Okay, so we did this one.
Objection!
I wonder.
Objection!
I think we're gonna go work on with the button being torn off first, because
Objection! Objection!
oh, we found it. It's the fact that he strangled a scarf
Objection!
and then stabbed with a knife. So how, of course, would the button been torn off during the fight? This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by scarf, even though we have all been really obsessed with the knife. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume. When? Oh, I don't think we can trust people to answer questions, Phoenix. After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. So the button was the right answer, but not for the way the game wanted it presented. Yes. Kind of. In the same way that the knife was kind of the decisive evidence, because it did say we need decisive evidence. The button and the knife itself don't really point to that, but the autopsy that says what order things happened in technically is more decisive. But yeah. Okay, what is the meaning? What's the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with the button? What was it? To have a memento of the crime. To destroy evidence. Actually, destroying evidence is not bad as an option. It doesn't make any sense, but at least it makes more sense. It's to pin the crime on Edgard. I guess having a memento is not necessarily a terrible one. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. What is that? That's right, Mr. Engard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is? Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. Okay. I guess we're gonna blame it on Adrian. That's the most likely.
Take that!
Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Corda's killer. That's maybe not the way you want to say that. What? Order, Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Evidence? I don't trust you now. Safety save. All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, naturally. A knife covered in the defense fingerprints would only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. I love that her glasses break and then she just puts a new set on. It's so good. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done this were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there is no way he would have been put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? Okay, well, it should be that she prepped the costume, she knew it was in there, so she put the costume on. That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, Who could have known that there was just a costume inside the guitar case? It'd have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. I mean, truthfully, if she hadn't put that glass down with her fingerprints on it, we wouldn't have been able to prove that she hadn't opened the guitar case or like a bunch of other stuff. Probably wouldn't have been good for us. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No,
Objection!
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Oh shoot, I did do that, didn't I? That's right! That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So, to avoid leaving prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Angard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. But pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Engard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Think harder about what... Right, understood? Alright. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. Because nobody knows their amendments. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you've proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Provide. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe this may lead me to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. I've been asked if I wanted to kill someone, and I said, well, you know, this seems like this would hurt me. I'm not going to tell you. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, definitive proof. But that's not true! In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then...
Hold it!
Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? I don't think he knows. I don't think we've told Edgeworth, and I don't think Edgeworth actually knows this piece of information, despite the fact that Edgeworth kind of always seems to know everything. You know? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... Yeah, he doesn't know. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
Objection!
It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you? It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Okay, yeah, I mean, we could go with that. That's true, but actually there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want you to state that if you have a reason behind your actions. I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should be in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. Alright. That glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And John, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. It's a completely different read of events. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. Glass of juice. Did not pour it. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. So it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corrida?
Objection!
I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next, witness? Sitting slumped over and tired, looking in the corner. He's kind of in a corner. Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? I mean, yeah. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then he felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all? I thought he just fainted, so I poured him some juice. You thought he fainted. I thought he was asleep at first. But then, the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always had a hard time waking up. So Jean always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. Not what I would want to drink first thing waking up. I realized he was dead. That's when I knocked over the flower vase. And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward. This is a really weird testimony. I knocked over the flower vase. This is what it all comes down to. This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Now's your best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh, Miss Andrews? Will you tell us the truth this time? Alright, so... yeah, it's probably this. We're gonna put down another safety save, more for not having to backtrack if things go bad, but...
Objection!
Really? Was this one, wasn't it? Did I get all weird about? They're just like, I guess I could try it here.
Objection!
Alright. That's low. That's low. It's basically the same thing.
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. Whoops, forgot about the knife. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought here was a dead man. Or at least would have panicked and, like, checked his pulse first. Or run out and gotten help or something. Not necessarily might have thought he was dead, but you definitely wouldn't have thought he was okay or just sleeping. Well, that's... You see... I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is? Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. It's like set 6 of glasses. And your lie was proven one thing very clearly. That you were the real killer. No. Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Hengard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Sanders, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Sean. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because, Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Engard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Oh, not even close. Have we found the truth at last? Definitely not. What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Engard.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. Okay. The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness? Don't you understand yet? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Engard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. Is friend Ziska von Karma? Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Engard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then, what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? Oh, Phoenix. All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That's my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please, believe me. I didn't kill Joanne. Help, please, someone, help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And then think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Edgeworth, I thought you didn't know. Do you know? Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it would be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I have to force her to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you're really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Engard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet, how dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? The music got real dramatic. This witness. How should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop, please. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. Okay. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Joan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Stabbed the body with the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Engard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and dispense with the cross-examination. Alright. First saw him, I really thought he had fainted. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is part of the Jamming Ninjas costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up. Then went to pour him the juice. That's when I formulated my plan. What was this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Sean and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And I stabbed the dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with the knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed John's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip the buttons off and then plant it in his Hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? I had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. Alright, I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. Ah, Miss Oldbag. I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from the Global Studios. I also put it into Sean's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes. He wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. What is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Jean's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button. Into Matt's Hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. Oh my word. What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Okay. She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, that Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. There's not really any proof of that. But okay. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Well, that's not good. The judge went away. Today's trial is over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave the court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now, and someone finally cares. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although, I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Joan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? This is very important information. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to this murder, right? Nope. Nope. Absolutely none. Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card if you ask me. It's fine if she's dumb about it. But why are we being dumb about it? As far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness, that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Edgeworth? You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edward so emotional before. It's because he knows what this card is and we don't. That card, what in the world is it? What does it mean? Regular save. Normal save. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Sniffle, sniffle. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Wah! Look, it'll be alright. Everything, maybe it'll still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Engard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right, so... Hey guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective? Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's books now. This is plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. We're kind of busy right now. Alright, fine. What are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? You got fired, right? Like, did you get a new job? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now? I don't have anything coming in until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place. Yes, we're the moneymakers. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Engar's innocent all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making simple meals. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. What's your best dish? Instant noodles. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Oh, come on, Phoenix, we're one of them. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Mrs. Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. Truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? That thing? Why would she want to? No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Engard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie necessarily, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. It's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor is better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Cool. Wasn't she shot this morning? Aha. No! I pushed the wrong button. Gumshoe, I'm sorry. I know. I don't know if you can work here. I don't know what my finances are like. Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way by the trial by a pistol. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? You gonna go visit her? No, well, mate, just thinking about it. Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'll be good for her if you went and let her whip you a bit. How about we just talk like normal human beings? Yeah, not saying that out loud. No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh, right. The Hottie Clinic. Oh no, why would she go there? Name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Are we gonna run into him again? Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Yeah, wait a second. Yes, I'm Director Hottie Ho-Ho. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Director Hottie. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie Ho-Ho. Oh, you're that man from this morning. What is it? Director. Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yeah, she's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yep. Yes, and that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret like, she would scream real loud. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Good. Go back to your room. You're so mean. My frisky Friska. Oh, that's good. Ah! Okay. Yeah, time for my IV drops. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I like that we're not going to explain this to Edgeworth at all. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I find myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. Oh, you mean that deal? Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Engard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Engard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Yeah, that's how every argument ends. I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. We really should tell him what's going on. Oh, we can talk to him. Great. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... But she wouldn't testify about that until I had said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. You know, when your eyes bugged out. Oh, we just saw this pretty recently. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at it. An assassin? It's like I almost maybe know one of those. Well, this card is mine now. It's in the court record now. I can finally talk about it. Speaking of assassins... Nope. Okay, fine. We're not gonna tell you. So who is the Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? So, truthfully, if Adrian hadn't taken the card, we probably wouldn't even have this case going on. We think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins could exist. Sure, why not? So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley the Killer, huh? Oh, you mean now we're gonna talk about it? This isn't like the first thing you wanted to... Okay. I know some... Oh, and he's gonna bring it up. I'm not... Okay, fine. I know something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? And this is where the Cyclops just show up all over Phoenix for some reason. Which wouldn't make any sense, but it would be kind of funny. I guess I should just tell him. I mean, that would be a great idea, wouldn't it? Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right? Listen, you need to know something. Jean Corrida was killed by Shelley the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Engard. Your own client. Please, stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. Ah, letter of introduction. Allows bearer to freely investigate the crime scene. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Engard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych-lock. Oh, right, yes. So if you missed that from last stream, he's referring to, we directly asked him if he killed the victim, and he said no, and then no Cyclops showed up, and we were like, well, he must be innocent. So if he ordered the hit, that's definitely, he might see that as not the same thing. I feel like it's a workaround. I guess not. Maya, please, all I ask is you make it home, safe and sound. Ah, we're back to Maya. Guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Right, she kind of figured out how to open the door or something, right? Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin. I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does it with everything in court. Maya. Even if it's true. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. It feels like there are a lot of glass bottles here. These feel like barrels. Too bad I'm really hungry. I'm not really thirsty. There's all sorts of things piled up here. Too dark to see. Probably have to just go out the door, but... I've unlocked the door with this card. I should probably go and take a look around. Is that... Ah. Right. Move. And part of the reason why this is important is if she can write a note to her sister and then channel her sister can give information to Phoenix. It's something. Oh, what is this place? I'm kind of feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way, I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Alright, so... nobody cares about the painting. Satellite dish. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? Sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. What is an antenna doing here? Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now where's the power button? It's busted. I would die so happy. A happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. Oh hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. God. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It looks like Celeste. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written on here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes? All of them? What kind of room is this? Okay, seems pretty... locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. And there's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, maybe I'd be able to crawl through here. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Whoops. It seems that you, Mr. Wright, is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Uh-huh. Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick. Alright. We're back at the clinic. Mr. Nick? Hmm? Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth is left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Do anything? No more things for you. Let's go talk to our defendant. Visiting hours are over for today. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You Mr. Wright? You say. Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Engard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Okay, well, let's see what it says. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel so uneasy about this? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? This is terrible. We have to feed his cat. Sure, poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Alright. I don't remember this part. But a client's request is a request, so I'll go check up on his cat. Do we want to check out criminal affairs while we're here? Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or other. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will you? Pass that victims list around. You gotta be kidding. There's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Engard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. Sounds like they're working on a different case. Chief of Detectives. I guess he's just getting the news. Who did it? Who shot her? A sneaking suspicion that even Gumshoe could do this guy's job. So the detectives' desks, their computers. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling. Very well. Now, why do you want to work for our company? Well, that would have to be because I feel I could help this company grow. Must be doing image training for corporate interviews. Sounds like he wants to get a different job. Aw, it's kind of cute. Mr. Nick, what is this stuffed animal's name? That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's this precinct's mascot, you know. Oh, wow. I'll get him assigned mascot of every police station if it's the last thing I do. I hope you succeed in your mission, sir. Alright. Nothing going on here. Go to the hotel. Alright, now Mr. Nick. Let's look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Don't devalue my name. Turn into a gasp, you spiky-headed fogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But I'm gonna say a lot of words really fast right now. And it's all your fault. Yeah. Miss Oldbeg, keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No air is getting in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with these silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Alright. I have a piece of paper that says I can be here. Just really take a look at this. Nope. I can't see very well through this helmet. Looks like the only way I'm gonna get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. See that look in your eyes? You stop thinking I'm an alien from outer space this instant. Alright. Ha! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. But I showed her the... What if I show her Edgeworth? No? What if I show you this poster? No? Alright, I need you to get the helmet. I need the helmet off. What? Do you have any Cyclops? No? Oh wait, I showed you Matt's note, not the letter of introduction. Wrong piece. I show her this letter. Miss Oldbag, if you could just look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy poo! Oh, is that her perfume? Pheromone de Mara, I smell. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand. Okay, I guess she's keeping that. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad, I won't let you off the hook. Alright, I guess I'm not asking her questions. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. It may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. But not necessarily accepted. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Oh, she came back. What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go in Dengar's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. But I won't be able to talk to you. Alright, looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues. Go into the hallway. Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Hey, Adam's here too. Hey, Seabats. How y'all doing today? How's, golfing? Golf was great. the hey city boy was to Adam. I don't know if I could do that. It just seems so like such a weird thing to say to that person. Hey there, city boy. What? No. That would be odd. Well, I hope you're having fun over there. We're in case 4, which is the last case of the game that we're on for Phoenix Wright. Justice for All. We've gotten a bit of a reprieve, it seems. We're trying to rescue Maya and also get a not guilty verdict. You know. You should definitely go follow Adam's channel though. He's great. You know, that city boy. Oh, Lotta, you're still here. Reckon course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Rec given. Photographers gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know. So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Alright, what do you know? I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in the hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in the hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Hey, so, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah. Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Edgard shoving his manager lady onto Corrida? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Uh-huh. Yeah, we can get down to it. It's just a lot of random bull-dooders. Bull-dooders. Hey, what's with ya? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? I feel like there's so much characterization going on with Lotta every time she talks. Yeah, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, make the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do it, do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? I guess so? Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already? Alright. Go into Carda's room. Mr. Nick. What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? Oh good, I got it right. I hate evil ghosts. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me. What you calling a demon, brat? Ah. Zoinks! It's the alien! Why did you say zoinks? Who are you calling an alien? Why are you here? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Jean, and you're disturbing me. Well, I guess we'll finally get to talk to you. Hey, could you tell me about the night of the murder just one more time? I talked about it plenty of the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecile look on her face. Huh? Okay, got it. Hold on a second there, little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to be wasting around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck that, you know. But he was gonna become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain's pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? Yes. They are all bears. All of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Jean without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Jean was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Uh-huh. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out down by a river. Sorry, a meet cute. A real meet cute. You know, just standing in line, and then there was a bear in the... Well, into a fight, and then found out we both liked the outside world or something. Down by a river going, hey, you sure can fight. You too, bub. You too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography. Oh, what a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. I wonder if I could do that. I'll make a biography. I'll be like, yeah, I totally went down and fought a bear, but then we were friends. Isn't that amazing? Okay, that's all she wants to say. What if we show her the card that we're not supposed to talk about? Nope. 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 Alright, let me just look around, because maybe bottles of cosmetics on the floor, where he fought his assailant, it's glass shards, probably from the glass vase Miss Anders knocked over. I don't know why we're taking that as fact. Wine glass full of tomato juice. Oh, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. Some bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. I don't... This bottle is so full. Had dinner that night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show that night. I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. So that's a bed. Yep, it's big, but it's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft. So the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here. Yeah. I mean, I suppose it could have been wine. But they keep mentioning the wine glass. Oh no, that's way too big of a container for sake. To drink out of a wine glass. You definitely do wine. It's not really what you would call a wine glass either. I know there's I think it's Investigations, they keep talking about grape juice. And that one I feel like they definitely were pretending wasn't they were pretending wasn't like a wine or something, but I'm not so sure on this one. I'd have to probably go see what the original had written down. I can't believe Mr. Corrida went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Engard. Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume. Weren't Mr. Engard and Mr. Corrida friends? They weren't friends. They could be friends because they were rivals. So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy? Pearls is really fired up over this. And I don't have an answer for her. Just don't feel like we're gonna find anything new. All stars pack too much like Mr. Corrida? Bear. Bear. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector editions. Overwhelming. There's even a few in the trash can. I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems, growl. Ha 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 ha. Why do we keep bringing this character back? Ha 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 ha. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? That's a character from a previous case. He really has no bearing on this one at all, so much as they want to bring him in for puns. It's so messy here. Pearls really likes things neat and tidy. There are a lot of electronic things in here I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, can you tell me what these are? Okay, this is a watch. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. Okay. Let's go to this living room. Yeah, no bearing. No bears in this room, probably. In this mansion. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Certainly a motorcycle. Oh my goodness. The samurai heads in the background just look like weird trophy displays. Oh, why would anyone... okay. You looked it up. The tomato juice is not a localization. It was tomato juice in Japan too. Yeah. I mean, while they're all adults and they probably could be drinking alcohol, they are people who did have performances, so there might not be, there's no real reason to de-alcoholize. I can't remember. Does this game have a rating? Does this? I have the Japanese version, so it says rated B. And I don't know what that means. I thought these games were rated T though in the North American region. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo! That was a good cat sound. You know, tomato juice is great. So I guess this is Shoo. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Hehe. Cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. Engard's lawyer. The master's. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, actually, yeah, now I'm looking at it. You see the door? There's the cat door on there. That's back where Maya's being held. Yes. It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe. Nothing suspicious here. Nice to meet you. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? Nope, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year? And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate, blah blah blah. I would have thought Mr. Engard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got there. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. And, anything else? Nope, not especially. Not appropriate, blah blah blah. Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. You don't want to show it to him and be like, hey, I got asked to look after the cat. You don't think this is weird at all? Nope. We just threw it away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. So young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. There's also a lot of... There's a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. That's a weird thing to say. Anyway, if you'll excuse me. Oh, look. I can still look at things. Great. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Engard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoo? The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Oh, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. And then we have the Pink Princess. And the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. It's very important to your backstory about how much you liked the essentially Power Rangers. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. That bicycle pearls is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. Sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. It's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I don't think I've actually seen a hearth before. You should come visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when we do. Okay, so that I thought was going to be the painting, but that covers that whole area. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is it with me feeling inferior today? Anything else? Nope. Just some stuff to make us go, what the heck? Stage where they're gonna do the post-ceremony show. Press conference. It's really the victim who's going to disclose something. But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic? They may both look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside, they're only human. We have some chairs. Some cameras. Staircases. This room was not useful. And all this food has been left out for days. I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again. Yeah, me too. Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot. Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast? Okay, let's work really hard then. I haven't cleaned up all the food yet. Gross. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now the party is over. Award ceremony was held on the stage. It was really fabulous. Everything about the circus. This is old info. 20 courses sound miserable. I mean, you don't, when you do something like a 20-course meal, you're getting like incredibly small portions. Like the point is to have, think of like a bento box, but that's been spaced out. Okay, chandelier. Sure is one luxurious hotel, almost to the point of being gaudy. And doors. All this stuff is the same. Understand stuffed bears. There's a tiny bear at the... Piece of paper taped. It says Manning Guard's room. So we couldn't go into this room. Bathroom sign. I'm Uncle Bear and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. Alright. Thought we'd just come in here and look around. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Oh, hey, look! Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it seemed my present did you no good. No, Mr. Maya. One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear if she's alright. Alright. Yes, then. A little... What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad... connection... Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Okay. Are you an electronics expert? No? Alright. Maybe this will help. Electric Claire. No, this is not my first time, but it has been a long time. So it's like, I know certain things. Like, for instance, I do know who the killer is in this case. But I don't remember all of the things that went into it. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal out of a can. That is... I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't really have the time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener. You've gotta be kidding. From here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. You wouldn't happen to be an electronics expert, would you? Transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy, detective, about that thing. I'm trying to. What thing? Oh, yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise, which means there was interference in that room for some reason. We're gonna have to go back in there. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. What now? Okay. Perfect. What is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when the interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves. Something like a listening device or something. Yeah. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Corrida's room. The scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe? Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Probably back to the crime scene and hope that he, like, shows up. Hey, you're finally here, pal. I came straight away. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So, yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's gonna be about anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. Isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right? Alright. Okay, here's how we're gonna use this. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room. So we're gonna find it, right? Right. Now, first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough looky-see. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it. Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that are gonna give off radio waves. Let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug, got it? Lamp, check. No listening device. A lot of lamps in this room. And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know it's wasteful? Sure. Cell phone? No bugs in the cell phone. Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. She doesn't know what anything is. Leave her alone. My cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Curran Village. Pearls has never lived outside of the village. Can't say it's impossible to live without one. Oh, I mean... Just check the phone. Let's take the receiver apart before we get ahead of ourselves. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part to Gumshoe. Is there a listening device in there? No. Okay, we'll check this lamp. No listening device in this lamp. In the TV? No. This channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones. You know, every time I watch old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy your dream. Okay, that I feel like was a swap. How about this electronic bear? Nah. Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot. Like a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick. Yes? How many horsepower is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, it's a bear, so, stereo? Radio's on and playing something. Oh, it's Kid Question Quarter. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Okay. Let's try the other side of the room. Sort of looks like a hot water pot, but... Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. Instead of hot water, coffee comes out. Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of? I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry. This needs more water. Okay, so... This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device? I mean, I got bored. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. Rip. No. Don't worry, it's the other eye, so we don't have to mess with the picture. It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. Oh, a what? What? A transmitter. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else? Footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to the recorder. So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast. Hey, you know, you're right. Alright, so now we have the spy camera, which was set to record from 8 p.m. for an hour. Apparently. Apparently we can tell that information. What is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device. I suppose. Looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time. Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. Oh, okay, this is just so it's all in one kind of thing. That was the time the awards ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murderer on tape? What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Alright. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corrida this present? I don't know. But this means that somebody out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Is there really no way to find out? I got it. What? Hey, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go around to the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man. Oh yes, it's investigating time. I'm on fire. Alright, yeah! He's gone. Yeah. But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, Wright. Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and the transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into the country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can you really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Just Edgeworth just takes this giant bear and walks off with it. See you soon, Wright? It would be really funny if they actually removed the bear from the photo here. As opposed to, I apparently had a photo of the bear. Wait. What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. The real killer was Andrew's past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Engard. And this card, Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. have we been going for? 3-ish hours? Alright, we're gonna just take a quick break. I'll be right back. Alright, let's get back to it. It's 9:14 p.m. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. Police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. Oh, you're right. So the real person who killed Mr. Corda was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? Well, yeah, I guess that would be the way of putting it. That person didn't want to dirty their hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Matt Engard himself? If Mr. Engard really did hire that assassin, then he's not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him, we said, hey, I want to ask you a question. Did you kill him? And he said, I didn't kill anyone, and that includes him. And no Cyclops came up. I didn't see any Cyclops at the time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? You were busy being co-opted by a ghost. I'd bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. If he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. Looked like somehow Jean had his hands a secret so powerful it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Engard's secret? What is this secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Correa was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Correa silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it now. Alright, sure. Let's see if we can do that. They wouldn't let me last time. Oh, good. It's gonna be Wendy Oldbag again? Or Lotta? Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Correa held. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. These two things I must know tonight. Bart, visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Oh, good. Hey, wait. What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like, just now, I was handed a strange device for who knows what reason. I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made? I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgypoo, so... Edgeworth? And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of those presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know, it was to catch poor Sean in the meeting of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corrido. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Well, the alien admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what they're thinking exactly, but I bet that it can't be anything good. I didn't say anything. So you want to know about Jean and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Jean really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impax. Miss Andrea's mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Corrida? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days? What in the... Okay. Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Jean. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Sean suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night, after he called off the wedding, the manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Alright, Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh, yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Alright, we can go to the detention center now. We can, watch this happen. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Oh. I mean, both of them, probably? Do I? Okay, we'll start with Matt. Dude, it's Mr. Wright! I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that John Corda was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong? Mr. Engard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Sean was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow... Okay, right, powerful secret that would destroy your acting career. Could you please fill me on what maybe the secret is? Ah, there we go. I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclox. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is, do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Corda and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what John did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corda. Her mentor was Mr. Corda's manager. Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it like kind of a pea, like green peas? We'll go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Oh, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Alright. What do we have to do for these Cyclops? Let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corda had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything. Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Sean any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corda, especially on that night. I have anything for that? We'll wait until we're sure we've gotten stuff. I was kind of scared to show him this card. What's wrong, dude? Oh, so about this picture card. Have you ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying. Or is he? Again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things? That Adrian, I never thought she'd go this far to frame me for that crime. I mean, what does she have against me, dude? I don't get it. Something I'd like to know, too. You have any ideas, even the slightest clue? What, me? Don't be silly, Mr. Lawyer, dude. How am I supposed to know something like that? Okay, same thing. Please take a look at this. I know it might not seem important to you. If it's not important, then I'd rather be in bed. If I don't get my 12 hours of beauty sleep, my skin's gonna wrinkle up like a prune, dude. You know, he's kind of right, Mr. Nick. Your skin's kind of drying up here and there. I swear, after this case is over, I'm gonna get lots and lots of sleep. About this. Mr. Nick, you can't. Huh? Miss Andrews said she doesn't want anyone to know about that, remember? What's that? Oh, this, nothing. Interesting. Mr. Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you anything and everything. What do you mean by that? It just means I don't have to tell you anything and everything, dude. Interesting response. Okay, framing. He was a bit of a talentless hack when he was alive. But who knew he could play dead so well? Wouldn't you agree? Well, that's because he really is dead. Quite pitifully indeed, yes? Okay. This is the sleep. He gets a couple different reactions for stuff he doesn't care about, which is kind of neat. His signature item was a guitar. I mean, dude, what kind of ninja carries a guitar? I'm not someone who would know. Dude, it's such a kid thing to do. I mean, just my opinion and all. Isn't your show a kid's show too? Okay, this is the map, which, yeah. That's a very nice transceiver, dude. I'm kind of an expert in gadgety things. Why does he just say it? Why does that just give me a sinking feeling? That's Sean. Posing as someone else and trying to hold a press conference. And the person who set it all up was Adrian, wasn't it? That's what I heard. Ugh, can't believe. Why would she do such a thing, dude? How about my attorney badge? No? I'm gonna ask the fan club president who this person is. Looks like a member of my fan club. Oh, right. It's been a while since we've seen him, actually. I've seen him somewhere before. Is he a member of my fan club? That's Mr. Powers. Isn't he supposed to be kind of like a mentor to you? Powers. Oh, yeah, he's that guy on the kids' exercise program. I gave him an autograph just the other day. Doesn't see Mr. Powers as a mentor at all. care about Lotta. It's true we debuted at the same time, so that's why people were always comparing us. But I totally didn't care what people were saying, because he wasn't even close, dude. I mean, I won every contest we ever had, hands down. Yeah, I'm such a handsome devil. Yeah. I'm way good at sports. Karate, tennis, judo, soccer, football, hockey, fencing. Dude, it's no wonder I'm so popular. Yeah. So really good at sitting in a jail cell. I don't get it. Why would she want to frame me? I mean, I've never done anything to her, dude. Mr. Ingard sounds pretty sincere and he seems trustworthy. So I have to find out what Miss Andrews' real intentions are. Mr. Ingard? Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you anything and everything. Ooh, right. So he doesn't want to tell me stuff about Celeste. About this person. He's your butler, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion. Oh, yes, that's right. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. He takes real good care of me. I didn't bring anything else up. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out with that camera asking around at all the electronics stores. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. Seems like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Ah, good, okay. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Corrida had on Mr. Angard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Angard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Angard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Sean was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I've never held any murderous intent towards Sean. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Angard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? Okay. Even if you think that's true, isn't that perhaps maybe the worst way to do that informing? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So, please tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Did you say something just now? Oh, it's only one side clock. Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Oh, I guess she did it very quietly. Okay. Let's just start with some stuff. It was near Jean's dead body. I noticed it when I went to fill the glass, and that's when I realized he was dead. I completely panicked. I must have unconsciously picked this card up and put it in my pocket. Rockfisher, hey! Thank you for that 103 months resub. As for why, I simply don't know. You know, there was only one thought running through my head at the time. With this, I can finally expose Matt's true nature to the world. His true nature? I wonder why she's saying that, but not telling me what his true nature is. For me, I think I'd be happy to finally get that kind of thing off my chest. I'd like to ask you about this. I told you, I hate trifling matters. A waste of time to show me things that are of no relevance. Okay. I want to remember the hopelessness and the despair I felt back then. Alright. I don't care what the reason was. It's unforgivable that he hid Celeste's suicide note. But you don't have any proof that she left a suicide note behind, right? Celeste, she always believed there was a right way and a wrong way to do anything. She would have left a note. I wholly believe that. About this photo. The person who stabbed the body and opened the guitar case was me. And that was so you could get the Nickel Samurai's costume out so you could wear it. I thought I had executed that part quite well. But you showed me differently. You're a formidable lawyer, Mr. Wright. When I was pouring that glass of juice, I honestly had no idea that John was dead. I see. I really am a terrible woman, aren't I? One moment, I'm thinking of looking after him, and the next, I'm stabbing him in the chest with a knife. So there was a Nickel Samurai costume inside of this case? Yes, there was. I even personally carried it there from the studio. I always thought it was such a childish thing to dress up and wear a costume like that, but I never thought that I would wind up using it myself that night. Appears that rumor was started by Jean himself, Mr. Corrida, but I'm Matt's manager, remember? I think he wanted to embarrass Matt through his relationship with me. But didn't Mr. Corrida like you? There weren't any feelings of love between us. For me, it was about getting Celeste's suicide note. For him, it was about wounding Matt's pride. That's all it was. That's... Oh, poor Pearl's in shock. Okay. I was the one who organized the whole press conference. He wanted to deal with the most damage possible to Matt's career. And that's why he was killed. It's quite simply a story of cause and effect, yes? Oops. I thought you'd have something to say about Fran. You know, at least about how she told you not to say stuff. That's Mr. Will Powers. He's an actor contracted with Global Studios. He's a very nice man. A man with a good heart. That's all he is and ever will be. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's not the nicest thing to say. Society doesn't care about genuinely nice people, Mr. Wright. He's a very prideful man, or rather was. He absolutely had to compete with Matt in everything, no matter what it was. He really was such an idiot. Miss Andrews? Well, I guess maybe all stars are like that. Never giving any thought to other people's feelings. Miss Andrews? That things have come to this. I have nothing left to say about that man. Not one word. Don't care about Wendy. I hate talking about myself. It's a trifling matter, that's why. Well, okay. Celeste was my mentor. She was a strong woman. She wouldn't kill herself over any old trifling matter. So, you have some ideas as to why she killed herself? Yes, I suppose. Do we have the thing we need for this? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Well, I mean, it'd be Celeste, right? There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was John's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Jean. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impacts in her suicide. Ooh, can I explain the relation? I guess I could try the article. But that doesn't really tell me about Celeste and Matt in any way. I'm not sure I have that information. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Oh, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Hey, Mr. Powers. What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. Oh, you're the witness? So, the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with a detective until a little while ago. I was on my way home. when all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest. I was brought back here. Oh? They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. Can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick. Mystic Maya and myself are only 2 allies in this whole world, but it's alright. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Apparently not. This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He always says it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible! That's unforgivable! Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him? His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Anders. That's Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic. You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image, right? But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impacts? We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Okay, Hey, so you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Schwan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Schwan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Corrida? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrida by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? Based on what? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info, thank you. You're welcome. They're both at the detention center right now. There's still things they don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the 2 of them to tell me everything. Mr. Nick, your phone! Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office real soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end. Hello? He got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Shu said we need to go back to the office right away. Then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together. Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow I doubt that. Alright. Go to the office. Everything was fine. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around it forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. This quickly? And this bear's what gave them away, pal. The bear? I figured it out. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured? Shh, pearls. And, go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in the room? Matt Engard. Huh? Matt Engard, your client, that's who. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for, wow, $3,800 for that bear. It's exact match the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just a receipt. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure he sold this bear to Mr. Engard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Alright. So what about the spy camera we found? Oh, that was a dead end. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give this back to you to file away into evidence. I know you don't want to give up. I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Corrida's room was Matt. Why would Mr. Engard do this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. Engard, I mean? Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. Well, gotta put on a good face. What in the world have you done? Alright. I didn't catch anything. No. Okay. I wonder if I go back here, if anything new happens. Aha. Looks like no one's around. Oh, what happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face? Oh, she must mean the butler with the stitches in his face. Shoo! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Hehe, come on, let's play. I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. Interesting. Everything's reset. Small door. It's probably for the cat. Masks. Flying bike. couch we think is great. And the fireplace. Okay, nothing actually in there. Just seeing if any other flags trip. Probably not. Okay, so... we have... spy camera, a stuffed bear, transmitter, credit card receipt. We don't really have anything for Matt and Celeste as a thing, but maybe we have some stuff we can use towards Matt's issue. We just talked to you. Anything new at the... Oh, interesting that you are just popping up. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. I'll put real save down, because that seems fine right now. Alright, let's try presenting some of the new stuff. CP cares. Okay. So, no. Our only option is to... see what we can do. We can prove he was paying attention to him, I suppose. There's that. Okay. What's your secret? Told you I don't know anything. I can keep on saying it. I didn't pay attention to him at all night. I was in the middle of a nap. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Carter, especially on that night. Alright. I've got like so many pieces of evidence. I guess the camera? The camera says you're paying attention. It's just like the spy camera is found in all these other things. Okay, let's try the camera. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corrida's room the night of the murder. Secretly filmed? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow. But dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? Oh, okay, that's an easy one. This bear. Okay, good. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess John had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure? Who else could it be from? Do I just say it's you? Do I just present a profile here? Mr. Engard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Oh, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think it was some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Al, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Okay, so probably the receipt. I have here one credit card receipt. And it's from you, when you bought the bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to the department store all the time, okay? This was totally for, it could have been for that toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Carter's room and filmed it in secret is... Okay, well now I have a problem. It would get him... the murder. Sure. Oh, good. It actually makes sense. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. It's a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelley the Killer. And I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelley the Killer? Oh, that's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. Finally starting to get to the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Maddingard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... Hero of Justice, you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelley the Killer to assassinate Mr. Jean Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is... you, Matt Engard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Engard, you really did hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Excuse me while I consult myself. Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. This is so stupid. There's scars on my face, and now I have, like, monster teeth. I forgot about that. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engard. And I have this class of... Where did that even come from? Why do you have that? Okay. Let's ask. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really are Shelley to Killer's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that John is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. Got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. Engard's secret would have... Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead? Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me. Matt Engard. Decided the brandy was also under his bangs. That'd be pretty funny, actually. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been deceived by you for all this time? We're one of the easiest people to fool, Phoenix. When we first met, I asked if you'd killed Sean Corrida. You answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Yeah, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. Ha 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 ha. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Grr. Aw, but too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya. You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. We're really good at names. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Schwann said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now? Now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Now the game really begins! Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. And now we're in the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy? No. We can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth! Right? Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer... Matt Engard, that man is really... It doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I've believed in my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get incarnate an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right, would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And, isn't it the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what it is called client relations, and is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is Killer. Shelly Killer. You're Shelly Killer? Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. No! Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it'd be quite troublesome. Yeah, and then we just threw in that little clue at the end in case we didn't catch it earlier. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission? Huh? Oh, that. It sounded like a cat. A cat? We know a cat! It can't be that cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shirley the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for the Engard mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Okay, so we gotta go to the hotel before we can go to here. Look, there's only one cat in the entire world. Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and Engard were working together all this time. I'm sure they'd worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. The bear has moved. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. And now we get to have it. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corrida? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. I'm sure that's for Shu. Do you think that this came through that little door? Oh, this door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Slam. Oh, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Engard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but The tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. Well, there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Okay. Are we good with computers? Why couldn't you have used this to get help? Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. VCR and antenna. Footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape. If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful. Huge television speakers. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, I'd die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Yeah, that's what she'd say. Ah, I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya of all things considered. Very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on here. That wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick. Spacious sofa. 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. Can't read all the labels, but there's a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Vanguard taped all of his shows. There's a little door for shoe. I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out here. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. Okay. Get the wine cellar. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. I'm pretty sure we know where she is due to the cap, but just in case, should we have her tailed? Nice. And now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking for you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Okay. This looks like a picture of Miss Impacts. With love, Celeste. Miss Impacts? You mean... Yes, Mr. Corrida's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impacts be here in Mr. Engard's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. What's so special about this frame? On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bug a not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. Guess I'll talk to you guys later. That's no! Mystic Maya. Right? What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth? Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is all I'm gonna get. I'm still short one last thing. Oh, what is that? I should have the thing that links to them now, though. Miss Andrews' Cyclog. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open the last lock. I knew I didn't have this. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock. My what? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Take that!
Please tell me why you framed him. I already told you. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's it. I know you have a more personal reason. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. You're saying I was going to take my revenge out on Matt? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything to take revenge for. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. That's Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was John's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also John. What does this all have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have some relation to Miss Impact's and her suicide. Their relation. Well, we have that new piece of evidence. This is a photo of Miss Impact's, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, right? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Engard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Jean. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Corrida didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that's where she met Sean. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Sean were such a great match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Sean called her marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Sean called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Sean about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Corrida have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Sean and Matt are always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on John. He was aiming for when it would hurt John the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds. And so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Sean discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Jean realized the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Jean sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. He wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I knew all about it because I heard about it from John. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to John to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found John's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Sean's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with my situation. Or with what I know now. With what I now know. Nope, know now. Move those two words together. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. He's having a nightmare. It's fine. I've had this dream before. Someplace. Some time ago. I think maybe even at the beginning of the last case. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You gonna prove me guilty today, right? Not guilty today, right? I'm just gonna pull out this nonsense in the court lobby. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Grr. Now listen up. You better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix? Phoenix? Mia! Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here. Not anywhere. I swear, Matt, if you're still calling me. It's that cursed Engard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Yeah, Gumshoe. I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team, and we're chasing after the killer. Then you've some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over. Until the verdict is handed down. We're going to do everything we can and find a killer. If we can get Maya out, then we can get Engard the guilty verdict he deserves. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer. If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you too can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. Through the power of friendship. So, believe in us. We're going to give it our all. We've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. You have friends. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Oh, I love a game that does a friendship route. Unless it's Fire Emblem, because everyone won't shut up. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. I mean, the defense is ready, Your Honor. Yeah, if I just keep stalling like that, this'll help. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. We should be, like, honestly, we should be able to be like, no, she didn't do the killing. We have an Assassin's Killer card. You know. He's not guilty. You think we'd be able to do that? What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Jean Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Engard. Ah, yes, okay. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that! Well, that's not good for us. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room. Okay, sure. Aren't assassins professional if you're doing it for free? Aren't you just a serial killer? I think if you're paid to do it, you're considered an assassin. I think you would want a professional assassin. I'm sure there's some differences. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Okay, went by myself to Matt's room. The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, not completely wrong. We haven't always accused the witness, but we do often accuse the witness. Sorry. So you went to the defense room, and then? Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Matt was standing there in front of the room, still in his outfit. Are you sure that was Matt Engard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the Nickel Samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Talking with someone, thought it was a bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. What was this line? Thought it was the bellboy at first. Watched the two of them for a while, then I gave up. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? It's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. Guests with me. So who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I just disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Okay, our most suspicious thing was the bellboy. Let's put down a safety save. Really have anything in relation to the bellboy other than this photo, so I guess I could try this.
Objection!
It doesn't contradict anything. Just talking with someone. First I thought it was the bellboy. Still the nickel outfit. What are we trying to do here? So this was the one that had, like... Didn't think he was normal. Wait a second. Only a few minutes ago you stated... I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave that bellboy a tip. Wait. Is this seriously because I needed to press twice? I think he was an normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that? Hey, wait a second. Actually, you stated. Okay. Yeah, I needed to press a second time. You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because he gave that bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Probably the face, I guess. What's so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you do know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight down from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Ew. Gross. He was there, at Engard's house. He was the butler. So, I mean, we all now we all know that in this case the butler did it, even though the butler was also an assassin, right? What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Engard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Engard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? What did you say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. I guess I could ask about the tip. If it's gonna give me the action, if it'll give me the... Ask about the tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to that bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? God, we probably saw the actual payment process. Oh well, how interesting. It certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Okay, I could raise an objection. I'm kind of curious. Okay, but we have to be dumb. Wait and see? I don't know what we can jump to either. You can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Joan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley de Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley de Killer? He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that this person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley de Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Okay, we did pick the right way to go. Yes, sir. Right away. You're almost always supposed to object. Alright. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of that room. Of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean John Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. This is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. Okay, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. The bellboy I saw came out of the room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But, you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Well, you know, Jean Corrida's room. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It's Jean's room, all right. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Think about it. That bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... Ooh. We're gonna do so much safety saving. Let's pull a fast one. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't. Oh god, was this our plan? Just to keep saying no? I know I shouldn't expect much out of, like, the planning aspect, but, it was a bad plan.
Objection!
If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth. Are you gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I mean, we seem like we're headed in the right direction anyway.
Hold it!
So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice. What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would be empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we could dodge the bullet for this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like a job for the court record. Alright, we're gonna finish the pressing. Please don't be so quick to judge. Ah, but it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. It's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're gonna have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Alright. Strange that he was coming out empty-handed. I think in the... Yep, that's the hallway picture. Yeah, the tray and the everything is right here, so use the murder photo. I think that'll work.
Objection!
Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. And we don't convict baseballs of murder. So... Gotcha. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrida's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone could clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corrida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Oh, but can you prove that Mr. Corrida was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-hand, Ed? I recall you said something interesting you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ah, boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, A football is made of... Shit, okay, we're really... Okay, sure. A football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? We're really grasping at straws even for us, aren't we? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Oh, you know, this case is very different from other cases. We'll get into some of that soon. I don't think we're not close enough to the point yet. Sax Python, hey, thank you for that 48-month resub. After leaving Jean's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Oh, that's a short testimony. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw all of that by accident. Some accident. I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. After leaving the room, he went and knocked on Matt's door. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Yeah, excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. Gave something to the person inside the room. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Well, let's go with the something. He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? Ha ha ha. If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please, try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Oh, after he gave the person inside the room the thing. Can we get the other? Can we try for the other one? Okay, the person inside. Who took the something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? And you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I would say for sure. But I think it was some sort of wooden statue. A statue? Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know. Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're gonna have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers? I mean, we only have one wooden thing.
Objection!
Yep. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Engard's mansion. At the defendant's house. Yeah, that's not helpful for me, technically. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Engard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Engard is the killer's client. I said order! Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there's no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well. You can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? The bear? Good, we can still safety save. The bear. I think it's fairly obvious the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to his mansion. It's actually a decent line of something. Oh, why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew. Disaster avert. Edgeworth, what are you doing? We just averted disaster. You're not helping. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was to kill her. To kill her and Engard were working together, so to speak. And to kill her was hiding at Engard's mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Engard Mansion by Killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? There is still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what would be the questionable point you would like to explore further? Okay, well, I guess we'll go with the person who received the bear. There's one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. Gave me something to person's side. I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was who took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, you at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered... God, witnesses are so awful. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but that arm, it was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order! It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt Engard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made all that clearer. I think we've heard enough. You joke! When you say Phoenix, I'd like to call this statue of a bear to the stand. There is a... I think it was a DLC case. But there is a case where he defends a whale, and they do bring the whale onto the stand for testimony. There's also a case in the previous game where we interrogated a parrot. So, yeah, it wouldn't be that weird, honestly. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Sure, why not, for fun. Well, do I? What should I do? Raise an objection. I will now announce there's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor. We did establish there were two people dressed as a samurai, except if, Adrian Anders didn't take the outfit until after he'd been murdered, that outfit would still be in the room, so kind of doesn't work there. Right now, we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Engard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? Are we going to try to blame Adrian again? All I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Safety save. Who do you say is Declared's real client, and therefore the real murderer? I guess we're just gonna keep blaming Adrian. Adrian Andrews. Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt and Engard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the arm that I saw, I mean, it doesn't make sense timeline-wise, but sure. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Engard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Engard's mansion was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Engard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's got something petty. It's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this one fight I can't give up on. Order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Engard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? Quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, we're still back to this, are we? Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick. Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. Why would she know? A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all her hope for naught? A tent! Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. It's very specific. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about 300 from the main tent. Hurry! And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so? I heard her. Old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there just a little longer. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die. Well, okay. Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. I believe the first time I played this game, I was up till 4 a.m. Because I was just like, well, clearly I'm almost at the end. Right? And then things keep happening. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you've been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts. Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Ah, yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all.
Hold it!
A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, okay. So you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Ooh, this is most interesting. Goodness, we've given the judge a toy. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? Its center is a small cavity. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Jean. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. If you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Jean and myself. And I guess anyone else who figured out where to buy this thing out of Switzerland. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country. This looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same one again once it's been broken. It's a small jewelry box. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone, and as long as John never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Engard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Okay, we've got this updated, so only these two people know how to open it. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? It is a very good question. What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness. Yes? You're the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I think this is a good place for a break, right? Yeah. All right, see you in a few minutes. We all ready to see what's inside this box? Put this back over here. All right. Let's see what's inside the box. You want to go on another break? Well, okay, just for you. No, I'm kidding. Let's see what's inside the box. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? Oh, it's a suicide note. What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Jean Corrida's former manager, Celeste Inpax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Sean Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Jean. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything's going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impacts left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engard. About being engaged to Corrida and Engard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Jean was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word. Vanguard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. It's Engard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? How are we supposed to escape from this one? Well, somebody has to yell objection. Is it us? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe, somehow, I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry. Safety save. Safety save. The figurine.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. He's still going at it? It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Corrida. At the request of his client, of course. So what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that the killer's client was Matt Engard. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. You can't tell by just looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt Engard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there was no reason why Mr. Engard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order! Order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. What? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Engard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Sean Corrida, was being spied on. He did know that information, that's true. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Engard. Order, order! Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt Engard's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shh, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're gonna do next yet? Not a clue. What I'm gonna do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case. But in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. And what is that? There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I'd really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you have any further objections, do you? Is this piece of evidence that Maya is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? Safety save, safety save. Well, I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
How about that? Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Fuck. Oh, it's not gonna let me safety save here. Well, that's fine. We safety saved close enough. I guess we could try the figurine again. It feels like we did that. Let's try the bear. Nope. Wait, yes? Yes. Okay, cool. I do believe some special examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's grape. No! Did I get duped? I got duped. They took the thing away and I was like, I'm fine. And there are a few things we need to discuss. Yes, Your Honor. If you're gonna speak, at least use your brain to make up something intelligible. Okay, alright. Okay, it's not the bear. It's not the bear. Maybe we could try the suicide note? Oh, that reaction is different. Aha.
Objection!
Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Suicide note. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear. And this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Ooh, good stalling tactic. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting. Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you?
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
Objection!
But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Engard. I did no such thing.
Objection!
Right? If you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. Ooh, we actually got him on something. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, It seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. He's guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, guilty, guilty. What is this sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello? Gumshoe? What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to kill her? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. Really am. I don't know what to say. Besides, I'm sorry. I wish there was some way I could make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, but the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for them. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. We can't go another day because there's not enough time. They will kill Maya if we go further. We're supposed to get the acquittal today. It's not like Gumshoe would actually stop searching because the trial's on hold. We literally just don't have the time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! Guilty! Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come to this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth. Catch. Just flings the phone across. Okay. Court. Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. He just hung up. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day.
Objection!
That wasn't me! Was that Edgeworth? Oh, it was Edgeworth. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Right? Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? To kill her, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report! Alright, I guess Edward would still have the cell phone. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But Killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? Ho ho ho, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. Would make all the evidence inadmissible. But sure, why not? What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all his stops, and running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. This is why you don't run red lights. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone's broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand. If there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Sure, let's say yes. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. This radio. Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here. I guess this won't work, huh? Guess it's up to me. Alright, I'll think of something on my end. Don't get your hopes up too high, but I'll try my best. Did I say something wrong? Edgeworth? What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pitting the guilt onto someone totally innocent, and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Finks, Wright chooses death. Right? It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Regular save. Regular save. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis. On Miss Impax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we've discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? We were right? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this is not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We would indeed need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well. It looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was fake. Security camera.
Take that!
What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. A very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Order. Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured. It came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Edgard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley to kill her to commit murder? Alright, I remember how this plays out. Hope you're all ready for this. That's impossible. There's only one person who would know. There's only one person who would know. Well, okay, technically two. No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. Well, wait, Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer. I mean, the assassin. Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here, to the witness stand. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? It's not even the weirdest thing they've ever done. Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure that this really is Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya. Maya. A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And that would be... At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Jean Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say? Because as we know, he can't actually give up his client. He can't give up Matt. That would do everything. So we know he's not going to say Matt. There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today, on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Okay. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Something I must first state. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. It's only because you don't know about my situation. Nothing is more important than the trust. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough. Please, no more. Very well. It was only hypothetical anyway. It seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves, and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You, who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't see anything. Judge had better watch himself. It's my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniac. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're gonna have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know? Okay. I guess if we can show that we grasp this concept, this is what we should be doing. Something they must first state. I guess we could tell you about the video camera.
Objection!
Okay, not that. Goodness, what were we going for here? Yeah, this is my second playthrough. Okay, what do we have? We have a suicide note. One puzzle. The receipt, the bear. I guess we could try the card.
Objection!
I don't know what we're going for here. Because I feel like it's either showing him that the trust has been broken, and I know that's definitely going to be a thing we have to do, but maybe it's too early. Or showing him that we grasped the trust.
Objection!
Maybe the bear? To an assassin, nothing is more important than... I don't think we have anything that technically contradicts this part. I feel like it's this one. You're also a professional? You know, that's not a bad idea.
Objection!
I don't know how he can see it, but you know what? I have this badge. I guess that would might work better on the... on this guy. On this one.
Objection!
Nope. That's why we safety save. Try and understand his mindset. I get his mindset. It's, first must state, important, trust between client. I wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Yeah, I mean, the Meg time was more for questioning periods, too. Maybe it's a person. Maybe it should be Maya.
Objection!
The photo of Celeste? Like the actual photo or like the profile photo? like that we get two different photos for this dude. One's closer to the camera than the other one. Yeah, okay, we'll give the frame a shot.
Objection!
At least not there. Okay.
Objection!
I wish that you grasped. I thought it might be the card because of the always leaves a card thing. Do I have, I see MTV has looked up the solution. Do I have the right sentence? Is it the grasp the concept before, or is it the other one? I don't need to be in evidence at all. I don't need to press anything? Or present anything? Profiles. I do need to press, I do not need to present. Alright, well, let's reload. I thought I pressed on everything. Oh, is this gonna be one of those things where you're supposed to press again? Trust between you and your client. Private services, exchange. I trust that my clients are discreet. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. Yeah, it's one of those press again things. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. He would have figured. Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. Now then, I do believe it's time that I revealed the name of my client, don't you agree? I do. Please just do it. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. You can't ask it, Mr. Wright. Then I will. Witness? What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Jean Corrida? The person's name is... Adrian Andrews. Everyone's like, what? What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess that is Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. And he stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt Engard, perhaps. And he knew it.
Objection!
This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Engard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. Except we don't want to. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definite of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Engard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And John's death, it was all because he was pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He's named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Ooh, we can safety save. Do we want to see what happens when we choose the wrong answer? Your Honor, the defense requests... It's no use. I can't. It feels like I've lost my voice. Phoenix? I can't do it, Maya. I can't accept a not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Matt Engard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Engard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. That is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Engard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. Defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Right, so... if we request Phoenix, I can't do it. I can't accept not guilty. You're a lawyer. It's the same text. It's just we don't have the moment of we might have done it. Right. Trust him. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right? But that witness is clear to client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we'd like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done. But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that John Corrido was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and the button. I would think it would be... his more upset thing would be that she took the calling card. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Objection!
Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Alright, we're just gonna put our safety save down now. But I think we're still pretty safe. Alright. Adrian Andrews is my client. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of Mr. Wright. Yes? You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? Cannot overlook tampering. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller. And their fate is to live with that knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. They did it to frame another for the crime. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card? So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But disregard everything to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight. That is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. Pretending to be the first person to discover the body. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you. No intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? Adrian Andrews already knew from the beginning that Joan Corrado was dead. From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? It is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Ooh, job opportunity. Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Now. I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that this will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. The one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Alright. What is it, Mr. Wright? Right. If I push him in the wrong way... So this is all the same. I do like this outburst. The judge just gets really mad at him, though. The only thing we really reacted to was this one. Already knew from the very beginning that he was dead. Because of the bear?
Objection!
No, this just... Button and the knife. Business card. Can you be the first person? She already knew from the beginning that he was dead. Yeah, it has to be this. We have to prove this is a lie. I guess then it would be the wine glass was our whole thing.
Objection!
Yep, okay.
Objection!
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Joan Corrida had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. Isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? He can't see you wiggle your finger, Edgeworth. I think. I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right, now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies within those items. This request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. That's what you want to hear in a testimony. I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. About a week ago. 1 week ago? Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client, this time, had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time. On the night of the awards ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's requests. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Let's try pressing further. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in John Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. He must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He's planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. If I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was his testimony yeah, sure, it's very important. It's made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. See, none of you are impressed. Why are you all so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. You met at a certain bar. So, you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was this important? Sure, it was very important. If I just say everything's important, if Mr. DeClaire had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? So your client was Adrian Andrews. E-Block, when this game was first made, Discord and Zoom definitely wouldn't have existed yet. But yeah, Skype. As you could do Skype, maybe a chat room. But yeah, same idea. Probably doesn't do those either. So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Chat roulette. Well, he says the two of them met, but if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. And when you do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Okay. Request came a week ago. We could try pushing everything again just to see if maybe that does something. You asked Jeeves? Specific date and time. Interesting. Offer the bear. Client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Right, yeah. Okay. So we kind of twigged on a week ago. We don't get anything change, even though we say these things are important. We know about... press conference. Probably doesn't seem right. This was set to record the thing, but it didn't have a date on it. Physically met her. Well.
Objection!
Oops. I just pushed the... not thinking, and I just presented my badge for no reason. Right. Do I show off Adrian Andrews? Maybe? Doesn't contradict anything. This picture? No. About a week ago. Yeah, we really twig on that, right? There's like a whole sound effect and everything. I guess to show that there's no contradiction there. It just says Nickel Samurai on it. This article has nothing. Prints, crime scene. Suicide note was hidden. Strangled with a scarf, stabbed with a knife. The nameplates are written in paper, but I don't know if that would help. card. We have the spy camera. We have a credit card receipt. But that doesn't have anything with dating on it for us. There's 2 evidence bearers. Yeah, one had a camera in its head, and one is the puzzle box that we found. I mean, Shelley would have been told to grab the figurine. It's not really in this testimony. Also, the other bear is like 6 feet tall or something.
Objection!
Nope. I don't know where I'm going with this. Oh shoot, I didn't safety save. We went so far back. Right, okay, so this was like, oh man, I can't remember how we did this. This was just the wine glass? Right.
Objection!
Let's get us back to our thing and we'll put our
Objection!
safety save in. Thought I did not do. I need to know at least what I need to be pushing for. Physically met your client. It's correct. Let's see. Okay, I should make sure I do all my pressing as well. Someone said earlier that they had looked it up and it was tomato juice in the original game as well, so it's not a... They're not covering up alcohol as far as I know. Blah blah blah. Bear, figurine. Right, so the bear figurine does come up here, but it's in the extra, and everyone's like, well, yeah, duh.
Hold it!
Brief pause. Always meet my clients. Because then he would know who Adrian Andrews is. Apparently this works in my favor, but not really.
Hold it!
Okay. Okay. Put down proper safety save here. Statement 3 is the one I need to worry about. Alright. So... this, we talked about how you physically met Andrea. Value the trust. The only way to establish that is to speak client looking them in the eye. Met his client. Met at a certain bar. Alright, let's look through our evidence. Attorney's badge? Probably not. Probably not that. The radio transceiver was given to us. There's the article. Photo of this murder. Hotel map, maybe there's a bar. I mean, it would be really weird to meet up at Slog's photo, a bar in the hotel. There is not one written down in here. What we're probably trying to do is prove that he wouldn't meet somebody at a bar. That he wouldn't actually meet a client face to face. Which you would think that, like, at a certain bar, discuss and finalize a few matters. So he's supposed to commit the murder and bring the bear. I guess we could try putting in the camera and be like, so was the camera part of it? I can't remember. I'm just gonna safety save. Well, maybe we will try the radio transceiver.
Objection!
Sure, why not? Alright.
Objection!
We could try the card. I mean, supposedly...
Hold it!
Oops. Supposedly she took the card to take away the blame.
Objection!
Guess we could try the other bear. I think we might have done that already.
Objection!
Let it go too far before... before hitting the load button. We did push and then said it wasn't important. We've so pushed and said it was important. And we let it... Oh, wait. No, I guess we didn't say it wasn't important. Right, we picked the other thing. Yeah, sure. It's not important. Why he meets his clients is not important. That wasn't my point. Please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Andrea Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him... Oh, there we go. With him, face to face, that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Game. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Well, now is very important. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Silly game. If that's the case. Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. And the moment I saw him, I thought, I can trust this person as a client. Okay, so clearly we're just gonna present the profile picture.
Objection!
I'd like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. I mean, I don't know, maybe she showed up as in her full-out Metroid Samus armor. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh, we broke the radio. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets his face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person? Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Oh my goodness, that is gross. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley DeKiller. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. This is fine. We're supposed to be stalling for time. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of John Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Alright. Remember to put down our safety save. Alright. I took that request by mail. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did just say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. Our previous 3 cases, you let a lady hit people with a whip. I don't know that you have any ground to stand on. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client? I don't know. I don't think I do. I suppose technically he delivered the bear, according to other testimony. What if I say I do? Very well, I will show you proof. Are you sure about this, Phoenix? I don't think I technically have proof. You know what? So, what do you think? You may say, what do you think? However, I am for all intents and purposes a transceiver radio. Oh, that's right, you can't actually see the evidence. Well, I don't think this was one I needed to see. I can hear the pure silence in the air there. Taken down by a robot. Okay, so... let's say... I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, and that is the nature of right and wrong. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. There is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? In contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot. Hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and... the request for murder and 2 or 3 small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Let's push further. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Let's try. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine... Beg figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. Okay, we still got something else happening. I found this figurine at Mr. Edgard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Anders, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Edgard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Maybe? Let's say I do. He says he gave the figurine to Miss Anders, but I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right, so now what? Appears that Mr. Wright has no problems. Well then, witness, please continue. We'll come back to it. That would have been on... here. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. We know that's not true. Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. Oh, okay, sure. A mask? An ankle samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Okay, so I either have to say that there's a contradiction with her wearing a mask, or with I think I can pull something out of what he said, but it would be really bad if I did it wrong. Pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Seems like we're still okay to me. And that's exactly what was so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, we already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Okay. One was to give the bear figurine. Other one was about him seeing the face. We have this picture. It just shows her wearing a mask. It proves that there's a mask there. Yeah, we know he's definitely never met his client at all. Okay, so he's claiming that he was supposed to meet Adrian at the mansion. I don't think we can disprove that. We might be able to disprove that. This one? just said that he saw it when he gave the figurine over. But then that she was wearing a mask at the time. Yeah, that's contradictory. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. The award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. It would be really nice if you could pull up people's testimonies. Like, whether or not he's going to do that is always such a... It's a coin flip. You don't know if he's gonna remember to do that or not. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. Engard. And at the time, he was not wearing his Nickel Samurai mask. Oh. Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness? Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to the various rooms. Is that so wrong? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? And where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not, in fact, a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money. What? Mr. Attorney. Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I think lies aren't a good thing, you know. Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I am free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry. Please forgive my foolishness. If only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness. We pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Seems like we're still okay to me. That's exactly what's so bad. This is the same. Oh, I guess we're gonna have to do the other one. That was mean. Okay, found the figurine. You gave it to Miss Andrews. Waiting for her there. It's part of the plan. Okay. It has to be here that we have to do. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Engard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Okay. Oh, because it wasn't open. She would have removed the suicide note. I think that's probably what we're going for. Oh my goodness, it worked. Ah, Shelley to Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. We're gonna ignore your statement. I was gonna burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. So that's where you two were going. So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Okay, order, order. Ugh, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
Hold it!
No, please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright, are you? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? I didn't understand the witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. We keep this up. Maya, she'll... The prosecution, What has come over everyone? Even you are. The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt Engard, would be declared innocent. And in this place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Yes, no, Phoenix, we've always known that this was going to happen. Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Engard, to the stand. The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You've done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh. Sure, why not? Right night. You apparently have won, so why not just do this right now? So I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Engard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just so atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? Better get him a guilty sentence. But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Engard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Engard, is... Ooh, shoot. Well, he's guilty. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Engard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Engard is...
Objection!
That's right, we're not done yet. Franziska von Karma? This game never ends. What are you doing here? Ah, you see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags. I apologize for this ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains for me is to hand down a verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What?
Objection!
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Okay, well, question for more details. Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. Ah, this might be the gun she got shot with. It's the pistol they used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. It would be called evidence, but sure. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. That's a pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. But now it's in our, thing. Second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Guard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from Killer. Shelley Killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. No doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. One of the special buttons is missing. That's all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure that were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley to Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. Just trying to get, a good save point here. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first... making Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostages go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way, force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were no longer to think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his client above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side. Wait, does she mean... You mean, to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and judge who've seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth. It may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
Objection!
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
Objection!
That's impossible. To turn the situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Engard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? Okay, so we all know that we need to show the evidence to Shelly. We've put a save down. This is very important. We're going to get this wrong. We're going to do this wrong on purpose. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma? Well, I was just shot, so I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you were talking about anymore. Wait, please, one more chance. That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Matt Engard. This never happens in any other game that I know of for Phoenix Wright. That is all. This court is adjourned. Usually when you're like, oh, I get stuff wrong, it's like, oh, you're definitely dead. And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his words, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. Also, I'm not sure if there are bad endings in any of the other games. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. The end. Alright, so that was the bad ending. We would like to show this evidence to Shelly the Killer. Oh, there's two other endings. Kind of. We haven't gotten to them yet. I see. And now, if you fail the trial in another direction earlier, not that I know of, but it's possible. Tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. We need to show them the videotape. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, it looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers during your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was certainly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you were on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews? Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did he film the crime scene? Blackmail. The reason why he did this, my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. Wanted to see John get his, blackmail you, didn't trust your skills. The client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. Well, flashback, but you know. I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? Oh. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That's the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. My, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and, Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Engard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is that all right with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. So what do you want, chat? Should we do not guilty or guilty? Which one is funnier? Let's start with guilty. We'll come back for the not guilty one. Matt Engard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. That was a lot. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt Engard? I have let Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whipped leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. Oh, right, But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. As all, this court is adjourned. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that. What's really important. You now realize there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. Right, I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Ma's life? Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right? Edgeworth? I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Yay! Get her some food! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick! Ah, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Wah! Thanks? Oh. What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks? Ow. Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. Real enemy to lover story, right? I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. The prosecutor has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so,
Objection!
no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. But what? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth? Yes, That's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me when we were in the 5th grade. All those years ago. I think it was 5th grade, I can't remember. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. And at least that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay. Somebody's yelling, Nick. Oh, there we go. Maya! Mystic Maya! Yay! Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got Ingard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I'd never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I'd just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost from Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved that you're all right. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Wow, they gave it a sound effect. Hey, Foxmar. How you doing? We're in the end game? Pretty much in the end game. Oh, you're playing Pokemon Legends. Nice. Alright. I think it's time we get out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved. I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please? Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go take our 2 daughters out. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So decided that we have to make up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! This way we get to reuse the hotel. Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? Ah, you did it again, city boy. Felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than ever than the very last episode of Steel Samurai. Thanks? Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera, because I definitely didn't give her this one back. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down. Amen to that. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh, wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Aw, come on, y'all, it's over. But oh boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped. Never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? Being shut away for 2 whole days? Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So, where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Ah. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah! That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Oh, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. You've eaten way too much. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Like a kiss? What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You. And her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean? Wrong pairing, Pearly. We'll get you sorted out. Anyway. So who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better be anyhow for 3,000. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. You're just getting piled on with the debt. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. It's gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so.
Objection!
Now, when this game was on the DS, I believe it gets you to say it specifically. Really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners, so I sort of made reservations for you 2, just in case. I don't know how they let an 8-year-old do that, but, you know. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all society. I knew it, crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live. I'm Maggie Bride, Bird, I'm retiring. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. Don't worry, this will come up in the next game, I think. Hope you stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. I think that comes up. I know there's a game with the orange waitress outfit. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hottie. Ho ho ho. Recently, yes, that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, even if I laid so much of an eye at her, go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Ho-ho. Oh, Ghost Trick is an excellent game, especially if you prefer more of a puzzle thing. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. Yeah, I did Ghost Trick on the Lure channels. There's a VOD of that on their stuff. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represent. Got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. They're doing that Danganronpa 2x2 game, right? I think that's the newest one they announced. What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric thing? I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? Oh, right, we asked you to go look for bugs and then we just kind of effed off, didn't we? But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty. And then I speak really fast, so that there are a lot of words here that are not gonna happen. appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Maybe we'll just ship those two. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Apparently he's got a website. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... Are you already replanting things on a certain person? Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example? That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash. I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from De Killer's hideout, I was sure he took 4 things in total. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm gonna say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth. I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. Can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using these tactics, isn't that right? Today you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma. I, I, I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm gonna walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. That's the drawing that Maya did. Because she picked up that card, right? She had the killer's card to open the door. All right. Not guilty. Congratulations, Mr. Maddenguard. Please make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Maddenguard. Please, wait. What's the matter? If I get a not guilty, I'll be killed. I'm no. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much. How's Matt Engard? I left Miss with incarceration, so we're hitting like a lot of similar dialogue. Good. It's a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes, I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime. So this is all the same. Does it actually give us a not guilty? Or... I feel like we got basically the same thing. Yep. So, basically the difference was a little bit of extra dialogue. In fact, it looks like they even just skipped the verdict part. You got them a guilty verdict this time. You have to look at past to see what's really important. So I understand now. Yeah, I think this is all just going to be the same. But, you know, it's fun to go back and see what happens, to see if there's a different ending. I think if you're playing this on specific places that have achievements, there is technically a achievement for picking that, but... Alright. We've been going for about 8.5 hours. And we finished this game, which is great. see who's online right now. Yeah. Think we will. How long have you been on? Oh, okay. Erica's only been on for an hour and a half. So we'll go rate Erica. Yeah, so next week we finished up Hyrule Warriors and we've now finished up this game. And I got what I wanted to do today, which was finish this game. I didn't think it would take as long. Hey, Michelle. I thought it would be shorter by like 2 hours. Okay, I think. Aha. Okay, cool. I did do the raid properly. Yeah. So we'll have some new games next week. I'm not going to tell you what they are because I mean that way. You'll just have to find out when I post a schedule or something. In the meantime, we're going to go say hi to Erica. They are doing something in Minecraft. Nope, sorry. It says Timberborn. I don't know what's going on, but they're doing something. I like Erica. We'll go say hi, and then I'll probably drop off after because I need to eat. As I haven't done that in several hours, and I definitely need to stop talking. All right, take care, everybody, and I will see you on tomorrow for Rhythm Cafe. Bye now.